is a global system where you can reach it even today. Thank you for your attention. Next slide has some resources in case you want to read up more about it or just learn more about it. And yeah, you can also contact me. I'll be available outside during the day. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Panelists, shall we proceed back to the podium? Okay, we thank the presenters for the high-level presentations. And they've taken us through different aspects of open network. Incidentally, I myself was a bit challenged because open network can mean several different things. We could start from the network of people. And we are here, we are networking amongst ourselves, and we hope to have an open network. I think this is all part of it. But we have sort of focused in on several distinct areas during this morning. And I think the presenters have done not only justice to the technical aspects, but also to the practicability. Okay, so these are things that you can deploy on your networks or things you can do right away. Without much ado, maybe we will take questions from the audience, and then we'll have responses from the various panelists before we have concluding remarks. So, are there questions from the audience? If you have a question, please, yes, indicate. Can we get a microphone to them? Hello? We need microphone for the audience to present their questions.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for those wonderful presentations. I'm Abiodun Lau from the University of Ibadan. I want to start with the first speaker, and I will need a bit of clarification on the issue of the identity management system. Is this something that is developed in your university? Because I know that tools like the LDAP will do similar thing. If this is especially for your institution and it is homegrown, I'd like to know. Then secondly, as regards the router, that's for the second speaker. Is this going to work with any router, or this is a specially designed router? Because I heard you say something like it has batteries that would be charged by the solar panel. And now that we are talking of open infrastructure, I don't know if all of us start making requests, if you'll be able to meet up with all the requests, or it's something that we can pick up and then put the batteries, put the solar panel, using the open infrastructure platform. Thank you.
Your question on identity access management, whether the one of ID was developed at Usman Danfodio University. No, like I said, we are partnering with DataSphere. The Bonum ID is a child of DataSphere, and like we said, it's an open source, and that means it is available to anyone to download, install, configure, and make use of. And LDAP, like you mentioned, lightweight directory access protocol, is a storage actually space that also works as the back end of most of the internet access management to provide the relevant storage. The way identity access management works is that you have identity providers, and then you have access providers, which are called DPs. The identity providers, any institution that has users that they have, and they provide them with login details, and serve as an identity provider, so that any other institution that needs, that your students or your staff needs access to any other institution, that institution, if they have the services required, will now, based on trust, contact your institution as an identity provider with your users, maybe as the LDAP. And once you authenticate that user, you just send back to the institution that, yes, this user comes from our institution and is authenticated. We can provide them with access. And that user authorization that you have can now be used anywhere globally for as long as you are also connected to the network, and it also forms part of the envelope that we're talking about. So, both ID is not developed by Usman Danfodio University, but we are piloting it because it's an open source. And tertiary institutions in Nigeria can really adopt something like that, and it will help us when we have a single, service that we provide. We can build capacity around it and make sure that we maintain it properly. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Moderator, and thank you for the question. The question was whether we can handle the requests coming from a large economy like Nigeria, and that would be a very good try. Yes, we can handle this. We're also doing it with different countries, and if you send a request, we'll be able to handle that. The other one is the device that we talked about, the solar-powered router device. Interestingly, can even power the normal access points that you have. Is it Cisco? Is it MikroTik? Yes, it can power it. I can explain the other features when we meet and discuss together, but because of time, I will hand over to the moderator.
Okay, thank you very much. I think everyone will agree with me that this morning we will give preferences to the ladies to ask questions before we welcome questions from our brothers. Thank you.
Hello, good morning everyone. My name is Dr. Juliana Akide from Federal University, Lufualike, Ebonyi State. My question goes to Oga Chape. You said something about virtual laboratory. And I know that even in learning management system, which we are adopting during this digital age, there are still some exceptions. I know that students are supposed to have practical experience, particularly those in sciences. When you talk about virtual library, virtual laboratory, with the aim of that practical experience we actually achieved. Thank you. Then for brain, how do we get that rainbow mesh, that digital device that can serve as both power bank and internet supply? Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Like I mentioned, part of the objective of the project is to develop the virtual laboratories based on the core curriculum of the minimum academic standard curriculum use in the university, or at least we have started using them by September last year. So for those, we are now trying to demonstrate the possibility of using that using biology and physics courses that have labs. And the idea here is to assess and measure whether using virtual laboratories is as effective as using the physical laboratories. In each of the universities that we are doing this, we have, that's quasi experimental, where we have so a part of the students that are using the physical laboratories, and then the other part using the virtual laboratories. And then we assess and compare the effectiveness of the two and confirm whether the virtual laboratories can really do what the physical laboratories are doing or otherwise. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. And your question was, how do you get the devices? I am available. We are going to have a discussion outside, and I'll give you the details of how we can get it to you. Thank you.
Good morning, all. I am Dr. Ngozi Woye from Kewo Valley University, Imo State. Mine is more of a concern, a challenge, and a little of a question to Brian. And it goes this way. Yes, it's a concern of internet availability vis-a-vis students' use of the internet. What do they use it for? Because the concern is because very soon I am going to get to you. I'm interested in what you have said. But the headache is, you work in the library as a university librarian, and you know, it's not just sitting in your office, but once in every 1 hour, 2 hours, to try to take a tour around the library to know what the students are doing. And then the madness is, with a little internet facility available, the students are using it for something that is not academic. You see, the students, with the huge amount you're paying for that internet, the students are using it for bad sites, porn sites, and so on and so forth. So the question now, I have registered the concern, the challenge. Then the question now is, the edu-roam, you know, whatever the Mesh++ is going to provide, is it configured in such a way that these services are strictly for academic activities? That's my question. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So your question is, the students get internet and they're using it for something that may not be related to their academic work.
Yes. For example, in every 100% of a students, from my own personal experience, I deal directly with the students because every librarian deals directly with the faculty members and the students more. So in every 100% of the students, let me say from my own personal experience, 70 are using the internet facility for academic purposes, while the rest of the 30 are good for academic. We recognize the fact that the social media is there for the students to use, but the one I wouldn't want to, the one that is getting me mad is walking around and they are watching porn without internet available in the library. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the question. So, interestingly, we do have the same sort of scenario that you're speaking about, but we are looking at it in evolution. One of the problems the students have is you're giving them internet as a scarce resource. When internet is scarce, the first thing your students are going to do is download movies, download music, and the rest follows. If the internet is available wherever they need it and in their places of convenience, it sort of begins to change the trend. That if I have the internet all the time, I stop downloading movies. I begin streaming movies on Netflix. Once I begin streaming movies on Netflix, it becomes boring. I begin asking myself, what else exists in this world? Innovation starts. And yesterday's speaker talked about it. Our students have energy. They have time. Our role is to make sure that they direct that energy and time in the right places and not in the wrong places. Because once they stop watching movies, once they stop doing these other things, they begin asking different questions. What else exists in this world? And innovation starts. On the issue of pornography, it goes down to the policy of your institution. Do we have ICT policies that govern what we are trying to give access to our institutions? If we do, then we implement that policy. Some institutions say that they have research on YouTube. Some others think they do not have research on YouTube. I submit.
Yes, madam, maybe let me tell you our own experience at Usman Danfodio University about some 2 years back. It's exactly like what you have just mentioned. You walk around and you will see, despite the fact that you provide the access devices, you provide the bandwidth, the students are always going to pornographic sites, sports, cars, and so on and so forth. But what we did was we realized that only when we engage the students academically can we really get them to focus more on academic activities. That was when we introduced the learning management system, and we're using Moodle, and we train our lecturers to put their courses online. Like Moodle has several services like the forums, the charts, and things like that. And lecturers now begin to engage the students by giving them assignments or by posting some questions that students must respond to. And for you to respond to such questions, you have to visit some sites that are made available by the lecturers. You go there, you read about them, then you now come back and participate in the forum. And you earn grades if you participate, which will add towards your CA and towards your final grade in the university. So with this, even the assignments were put in there, they go in there, download the assignments, provide the answers, and then upload them again. This way they were engaged more doing academic activities than doing other things. This is really our experience, and it is really working. We're seeing improvement in the utilization of the services academically and reduction in the social media and the rest of them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you everyone. Our time is almost out. So maybe I will just ask a question to our last speaker, Francois. Francois, we have over the last few years been coming across new technologies like software-defined networking and routers and stuff like that. Where would you say Sion is positioned, and how does it relate to these international standards?
Yes. So Sion is a difference to different SD-WAN or SDN technologies is an interdomain technology, where like SDN networking usually only happens within your local network, within your institution network or enterprise network. Sion is really an interdomain networking protocol. So there I would say that's the main difference. The other big difference is that Sion is fully open source, has an open source reference implementation, and is also going through standardization at IETF with research working groups, doing the research process in the open and doing the standardization in the open, so that it remains interoperable and accessible for everyone. So that would be the main difference.
Thank you. We have a comment from Omo.
Yes, I just wanted to add that from a WACREN perspective, that what we want to do with the SION is to get more familiar with it, is to use SION to interconnect high-performance computers in our region. This is a plan we had, for those of you that were in Vision 2 years ago, that's a plan we had that has not been, we haven't really engaged in, but now in the next project we want to buy the links, connect these HPCs, but use and create a SION network between them. And what Francois did not discuss was Hercules, file transfer application allows us to transfer data, huge quantities of data at very high speeds, and we intend to use that between these HPCs. But I think there's also a high also a need for name, so if you want to check on that, permission. Thank you.
Okay, please.
Thank you, Mr. I'm Professor Ikomi from LASO. Maybe a comment or something to ponder around the concerns of misuse of available internet. I am of the opinion that now that this is a global problem, the misuse of available internet in university is a global problem, not localized to Finland. There's a need for us to begin to identify the areas of interest of these students, realizing that there is a generational gap between us, the lecturers per se, and these students. These are Gen Z. They have areas of interest. They want to go to Instagram, they want to go to Twitter. It is high time we begin to empower and encourage our colleagues in the academia to also use these platforms to connect with them. Instead of forcing them to control them to go to module, go to this, go to that, we can also we know the areas that are of interest to them. We can be using this available media to actually connect those students to learning and research. I think if we look around implementation of this kind of schemes, it can go a long way to help us to actually ensure that they use the available internet functionally. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the comments. Interestingly enough, I think we are all on the same page. Some of the questions I had put down during the presentations by the panelists are in line with what has been asked by the audience. I think we'll probably just give 1 minute to Mr. Shafi to tell us briefly how institutions who are not currently part of WACREN or WACREN can begin to take advantage of things like EduID and stuff like that.
Well, thank you very much. I think the first thing is for us to understand that joining any network, global, regional, or national, has to start with a strong campus backbone. You must have a campus connectivity that is reliable, that allows data or information to reach the lecturer who sits in his or her own office. The lecturer doesn't need to come to the library or to the ICT center for him or her to access internet. He or she should be in his office 2 a.m. in the morning. There should be access and things like that. So once we ensure that the campus has adequate connectivity, then we now begin to see how we can now reach out and connect to the WACREN or the regional or the national network. But before connecting to the national network, it will be even good if we can cluster our institutions. For example, all institutions, and now I'm not talking about the universities alone, I'm talking about the universities, the polytechnics, the colleges of education, whether public, private, So let all the institutions around the state or the few 2 or 3 states come together and form a sub-regional network. We have some, like the EcoConnect is there, EKITINET, WACREN, and the rest of them. The institution with the highest capacity can now mentor other institutions around to help them build their capacity, infrastructure, connectivity, contents, and the rest of them. So you use these clusters to link up to the National Research and Education Network, NGREN, which now allow institutions now to link up to the WACREN and the rest of the world. This connectivity is very, very important for us to really be able to access the services that are available in all the networks. So a very strong campus network is the beginning of a reliable access to resources globally. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I think I'll just add that being part of a REN, a national REN, has significant advantages. It could reduce your cost for internet. Even partnering with them, you could see a dramatic shift in the kind of traffic, things like researchers working together across institutions. Incidentally, in the town of Trieste, Italy, the city council also provides EduRoam, not because their staff can access it, but researchers, even when they're in any part of the city, walking on the streets, they can get internet access without paying service providers or stuff like that. I will move on now to Brian from Reno. I think there was a couple of interesting questions which we didn't get to. One was, does your EduRoam on the go work in Nigeria? Have you been using it here in Nigeria? And then the other thing is, how many of your mesh access points do you need to cover a city?
Thank you so much. So for the EduRoam on the go, the way we are looking at a global way of connecting it, at least within Africa. We are trying to work with Giant to allow roaming and connectivity that even if someone comes from Nigeria and they are going to Chad, or if they are going to Rwanda, they can remain connected. But nonetheless, if you're in Nigeria, you can connect a SIM card inside, put in a SIM card, and you remain connected. So that can happen. You can get an MTN SIM card, you can get a Vodafone SIM card, and that can remain connected. So that's question number one. Question number two, if you wanted to connect a city, how many mesh solar powered nodes would you need? So the first phase would be the planning, the survey, because different cities have different directions. Wireless main requires a bit of planning because of the structures, the walls, and different things. So I can't say how many you would need in Abuja, I can't say how many you need in Lagos, because I would need to go on ground and actually do a survey.
Okay, but I noticed you covered just 3 cities in Uganda, right? So maybe for one of those cities you could give us an idea.
Okay, so the main capital is Kampala. So in Kampala we have about 300 hotspots, but those 300 Yes, we have 300 hotspots in Kampala, the main city, but that just covers about 40% of the city. So that is 300. And Kampala is a much smaller city than Abuja. So if you were to do Abuja, it would require quite a massive deployment. Yes, thank you.
Okay, and just a final question for Francois. The core of the architecture, doesn't that represent a single point of failure? How do you address that?
So the question was if the core, yes, the core of the architecture represents a single point of failure. So 2 points to that. One is that the core itself has multiple core yeses, so it's not a single core yes. So you have redundancy there. The other thing is that not all communication needs to go through the core. You can have peering links between isolation domains, between fault isolation domains that do not go through the core. You can have communication on the up segments, which also doesn't go through the core. And even if the control plane on the core fails for a while, if there's some issue within a specific fault isolation domain, the data plane keeps working. with all the past information that you have received until the past expiry. So there is resilience in that sense.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll just proceed with some concluding remarks. We have had a session this morning on open networks. We've really focused or identified 3 applications, but I think the benefits are evident to everyone. Applications are going to be a part of your network, and investing in the right applications can help your network significantly, especially in redirecting students' attention to more academic matters. On one hand, we looked at the Edu ID, or the Bona ID, okay, which is an application you could use right away. I believe there are partners also in Nigeria ready to deploy this, even across West Africa and possibly on the Good2Net as well. We've also seen what I would call an open network, but innovative in the sense of what is happening in Uganda. And it's very interesting to point out that these are things you can actually do here locally. So there was a question about capacity, and I'm sure Brian will be happy to ramp up production. But I'm sure we can also even talk about partnerships of even having to do this kind of things here in other African countries, so it doesn't become a bottleneck or a heavy demand on Brian's company. But then these are ideas that should prompt us as institutions, as academicians, as researchers, to want to address challenges that we are facing. They are very simple ideas, but when they are put into practice, you find that there's a lot of benefits that we can achieve from that. Whilst students' use of the internet sometimes may not be completely academic, we also want to point out that organizations like WACREN can support you in developing policies, okay, that WACREN or WACREN can support you in developing policies that you can apply on your network. At the end of the day, the whole process is continuously evolving, like Brian said. The needs for today may not be the same needs that the students will have tomorrow. But we as IT practitioners, academicians, need to stay relevant, need to ensure that we keep investing in ensuring that we're up to date and working with what is current. Finally, there are really strong benefits for the Sion application, especially as we head in the area of file transfer. One of the challenges we have is always trying to transfer a huge amount of data sets that we may generate in a particular institution to other institutions, or even give very fast access to researchers coming from other institutions. Personally, I look forward to the day where we can have researchers from one country collaborating with researchers from Senegal, collaborating with researchers in Nigeria to work on a common problem and solving African challenges with African capabilities. On that note, I would like to draw this panel discussion to a close. And I thank you for being a wonderful audience. And we wish everyone here a safe journey back, and all the best. Thank you.
And thank you to Professor Women for steering affairs. Quite well. Thank you. Please can you put us together for the master and take your seats. Okay, so now it's time for us to take a break. And I think we will have just about 20 minutes break, and then we'll come back for the closing ceremony. So if you are to go through this door, you see the setup on your left. Through this door, you see the setup on your right. So please, we want to end the session 5 now, and then we'll take a health break. We'll be back in 20 minutes for the closing ceremony. Thank you.
For online collaboration tools to over 20 institutions. In Morocco, the Marwan Network launched an e-learning portal together with the Ministry of Education. The work to accelerate Africa's scientific and educational breakthrough at a global scale, reinforcing relationships with Europe and beyond, continues in the current and third phase of the project Africa Connect 3. A renewed commitment with our local partners and the European Union, aiming at further extending the reach of the regional research and education networks, greatly improving access for researchers, students and institutions to digital infrastructures and technologies, connecting Africa to unlimited possibilities.
Introducing the Africa Digital Campus, ADC, a revolutionary project committed to transforming the face of digital higher education and research. In a world of constant change, where health and security crises overturn educational models, the ADC is dedicated to supporting national strategies and implementing sustainable and high-quality connectivity through the National Research and Education Network, NREIN, considered as a public good. With an innovative and unifying approach, the ADC is the first of its kind to bring together teachers in a sustainable community of practice, producing open educational resources and integrating an innovative video infrastructure for e-learning. This co-creation process has been initiated with 2 pilot universities, with a clear vision to scale up and extend the project to other higher education and research structures, thus offering a tremendous potential of impact for a more inclusive educational future.
For more than 10 years now, WACREN has supported the advancement of research and education in West and Central Africa. We serve our community with 3 key areas: connectivity, advanced digital services, and developing human capital. Through affordable high-speed connectivity, researchers, staff, and students can collaborate with their colleagues within the region and beyond. Our video conferencing tool has come in handy in the COVID-19 pandemic period to support academic continuity. The tool is connecting thousands of students with their lecturers and academic supervisors and keeping administrative work going through online meetings. With EduRoam, learning is exciting. Through this authentication service, students can securely connect to available Wi-Fi when they visit other institutions across the world. EduID allows students and researchers to log into and access web-based services anywhere in Africa by using their home institution credentials. No need for re-registration or request for permission. National RENs and their member institutions can access WACREN security and hosting services. Our modern infrastructure and capacity ensure that subscribers get the best of both services at affordable rates with high reliability. Network Operations Center as a Service, NOCAS, is designed for national RENs and R&E organizations looking for constant and effective monitoring and maintenance of their networks. WACREN has publicly scheduled and on-demand capacity building sessions for the brains and hands that handle the national and campus networks in the region. Over the years, users and beneficiaries of our network, services and capacity sessions have created value for their communities and by extension, the society. WACREN has been able to serve its community thanks to the European Union's support under the Africa Connect Phase project. The journey of unearthing potentials and creating opportunity for real socio-economic value continues.
Since 2011, the EU co-funded Africa Connect project has been supporting the creation and consolidation of regional and national research and education networks across Africa. Delivered locally by the Ubuntunet Alliance for Eastern and Southern Africa, WACREN for West and Central Africa, and ASREN for North Africa. Africa Connect project provides access of tertiary education and research institutions to dedicated high-capacity and affordable internet connectivity via the Pan-European Giant Network to a total of over 1,600 African institutions. EduROM connects researchers and students anytime and anywhere at 172 institutions in 17 African countries. For example, in Uganda, students, researchers, and university staff can connect to over 300 metro spots in Kampala, Mukono, and Entebbe. And thanks to the high-speed and reliable internet connectivity provided by RENEW, the Ugandan National Research and Education Network, surgeons from Mount Sinai Clinic in New York can offer remote support to a surgical operation taking place in the Kayabirwa Surgical Facility Center in Uganda. Africa Connect also opens doors for the full participation of new African voices in the scholarly communication landscape. Through the Lipsens initiative led by WACREN, the Regional Research and Education Network for West and Central Africa, the regional networks are exploring the growing trend towards freely available scholarly content, as well as free and open channel for the dissemination of academic information. In North Africa, ASREN, the Regional Research and Education Network, is supporting the needs of user communities in Africa, leading engagement activities with major regional communities. More specifically, the Global Monitoring for Environment and Security for Africa and the African Group on Earth Observation. ASREN held several face-to-face and virtual meetings and workshops with various communities to identify their needs in terms of connectivity, access mechanisms, data dissemination, and promote the use of shared services provided by research and education networks. Africa Connect focuses on strengthening human resources capacities and expertise at different levels across the research and education communities to retain local talents and curb brain drain. In Nigeria, EcoConnect is offering the ICT for Girls program, consisting of online courses for women to gain hands-on skills in physical computing and data analysis, virtual hackathons to exploit what they learn, and conferences to build community and promote innovation in tech. Due to the COVID-19 pandemic, all physical events were cancelled, yet we provided over 300 hours of trainings on service outreach, cloud and network connectivity, trust and identity to 730 participants in 2020 only. African entrance also proved vital in the survival of higher education institutions in the switch to online learning during the pandemic. For example, in Zambia, Zamren installed an open-source course management platform offering free hosting for 22 member institutions. In Kenya, Kennet is offering a 40% discount on data bundle to university students. In West and Central Africa, WACREN offered a licensed use on its video conferencing service to support the need for online collaboration tools to over 20 institutions. In Morocco, the Marwan Network launched an e-learning portal together with the Ministry of Education. The work to accelerate Africa's scientific and educational breakthrough at a global scale, reinforcing relationships with Europe and beyond, continues in the current and third phase of the project, Africa Connect 3. A renewed commitment with our local partners and the European Union, aiming at further extending the reach of the regional research and education networks, greatly improving access for researchers, students, and institutions to digital infrastructures and technologies, connecting Africa to unlimited possibilities.
Introducing the Africa Digital Campus, ADC, a revolutionary project committed to transforming the face of digital higher education and research. In a world of constant change, where health and security crises overturn educational models, the ADC is dedicated to supporting national strategies and implementing sustainable and high-quality connectivity through the National Research and Education Network, NREIN, considered as a public good. with an innovative and unifying approach. The ADC is the first of its kind to bring together teachers in a sustainable community of practice, producing open educational resources and integrating an innovative video infrastructure for e-learning. This co-creation process has been initiated with 2 pilot universities, with a clear vision to scale up and extend the project to other higher education and research structures, thus offering a tremendous potential of impact for a more inclusive educational future.
For more than 10 years now, WACREN has supported the advancement of research and education in West and Central Africa. We serve our community with 3 key areas: connectivity, advanced digital services, and developing human capital. Through affordable, high-speed connectivity, researchers, staff, and students can collaborate with their colleagues within the region and beyond. Our video conferencing tool has come in handy in the COVID-19 pandemic period to support academic continuity. The tool is connecting thousands of students with their lecturers and academic supervisors and keeping administrative work going through online meetings. With EduRoam, learning is exciting. Through this authentication service, students can securely connect to available Wi-Fi when they visit other institutions across the world. EduID allows students and researchers to log into and access web-based services anywhere in Africa by using their home institution credentials. No need for re-registration or request for permission. National RENs and their member institutions can access WACREN security and hosting services. Our modern infrastructure and capacity ensure that subscribers get the best of both services at affordable rates with high reliability. Network Operations Center as a Service (NOCAS) is designed for national RENs and R&E organizations looking for constant and effective monitoring and maintenance of their networks. WACREN has publicly scheduled and on-demand capacity building sessions for the brains and hands that handle the national and campus networks in the region. Over the years, users and beneficiaries of our network, services and capacity sessions have created value for their communities and by extension, the society. WACREN has been able to serve its community thanks to the European Union's support under the Africa Connect Phase project. The journey of unearthing potentials and creating opportunity for real socio-economic value continues.
Since 2011, the EU co-funded Africa Connect project has been supporting the creation and consolidation of regional and national research and education networks across Africa. Delivered locally by the OpenTNet Alliance for Eastern and Southern Africa, WACREN for West and Central Africa, and ACREN for North Africa. Africa Connect project provides access of tertiary education and research institutions to dedicated high-capacity and affordable internet connectivity via the Pan-European Giant Network to a total of over 1,600 African institutions. EduRoam connects researchers and students anytime and anywhere at 172 institutions in 17 African countries. For example, in Uganda, students, researchers, and university staff can connect to over 300 metro spots in Kampala, Mukono, and Entebbe. And thanks to the high-speed and reliable internet connectivity provided by RENEW, the Ugandan National Research and Education Network, surgeons from Mount Sinai Clinic in New York can offer remote support to a surgical operation taking place in the Kayabirwa Surgical Facility Center in Uganda. Africa Connect also opens doors for the full participation of new African voices in the scholarly communication landscape. Through the Lipsens initiative led by WACREN, the Regional Research and Education Network for West and Central Africa, the regional networks are exploring the growing trend towards freely available scholarly content, as well as free and open channel for the dissemination of academic information. In North Africa, ACREN, the Regional Research and Education Network, is supporting the needs of user communities in Africa, leading engagement activities with major regional communities. More specifically, the Global Monitoring for Environment and Security for Africa and the African Group on Earth Observation. WACREN held several face-to-face and virtual meetings and workshops with various communities to identify their needs in terms of connectivity, access mechanisms, data dissemination, and promote the use of shared services provided by research and education networks. Africa Connect focuses on strengthening human resources capacities and expertise at different levels across the research and education communities to retain local talents and curb brain drain. In Nigeria, EcoConnect is offering the ICT for Girls program, consisting of online courses for women to gain hands-on skills in physical computing and data analysis, virtual hackathons to exploit what they learn, and conferences to build community and promote innovation in tech. Due to the COVID-19 pandemic, all physical events were cancelled, yet we provided over 300 hours of trainings on service outreach, cloud and network connectivity, trust and identity to 730 participants in 2020 only. African entrance also proved vital in the survival of higher education institutions in the switch to online learning during the pandemic. For example, in Zambia, WACREN installed an open-source course management platform offering free hosting for 22 member institutions. In Kenya, Kenneth is offering a 40% discount on data bundle to university students. In West and Central Africa, WACREN offered a licensed use on its video conferencing service to support the need for online collaboration tools to over 20 institutions. In Morocco, the Marwan Network launched an e-learning portal together with the Ministry of Education. The work to accelerate Africa's scientific and educational breakthrough at a global scale, reinforcing relationships with Europe and beyond, continues in the current and third phase of the project Africa Connect 3. A renewed commitment with our local partners and the European Union, aiming at further extending the reach of the regional research and education networks, greatly improving access for researchers, students, and institutions to digital infrastructures and technologies, connecting Africa to unlimited possibilities.
Introducing the Africa Digital Campus, ADC, a revolutionary project committed to transforming the face of digital higher education and research. In a world of constant change, where health and security crises overturn educational models, the ADC is dedicated to supporting national strategies and implementing sustainable and high-quality connectivity through the National Research and Education Network, NREIN, considered as a public good. With an innovative and unifying approach, the ADC is the first of its kind to bring together teachers in a sustainable community of practice, producing open educational resources and integrating an innovative video infrastructure for e-learning. This co-creation process has been initiated with 2 pilot universities, with a clear vision to scale up and extend the project to other higher education and research structures, thus offering a tremendous potential of impact for a more inclusive educational future.
For more than 10 years now, WACREN has supported the advancement of research and education in West and Central Africa. We serve our community with 3 key areas: connectivity, advanced digital services, and developing human capital. Through affordable high-speed connectivity, researchers, staff, and students can collaborate with their colleagues within the region and beyond. Our video conferencing tool has come in handy in the COVID-19 pandemic period to support academic continuity. The tool is connecting thousands of students with their lecturers and academic supervisors and keeping administrative work going through online meetings. With EduRoam, learning is exciting. Through this authentication service, students can securely connect to available Wi-Fi when they visit other institutions across the world. EduID allows students and researchers to log into and access web-based services anywhere in Africa by using their home institution credentials. No need for re-registration or request for permission. National RENs and their member institutions can access WACREN security and hosting services. Our modern infrastructure and capacity ensure that subscribers get the best of both services at affordable rates with high reliability. Network Operations Center as a Service, NOCAS, is designed for national RENs and R&E organizations looking for constant and effective monitoring and maintenance of their networks. WACREN has publicly scheduled and on-demand capacity loading sessions for the brains and hands that handle the national and campus networks in the region. Over the years, users and beneficiaries of our network, services and capacity sessions have created value for their communities and by extension, the society. WACREN has been able to serve its community thanks to the European Union's support under the Africa Connect Phase project. The journey of unearthing potentials and creating opportunity for real socio-economic value continues.
Since 2011, the EU co-funded Africa Connect project has been supporting the creation and consolidation of regional and national research and education networks across Africa. Delivered locally by the Open Internet Alliance for Eastern and Southern Africa, WACREN for West and Central Africa, and WACREN for North Africa. Africa Connect project provides access of tertiary education and research institutions to dedicated high-capacity and affordable internet connectivity via the Pan-European Giant Network to a total of over 1,600 African institutions. EduROM connects researchers and students anytime and anywhere at 172 institutions in 17 African countries. For example, in Uganda, students, researchers, and university staff can connect to over 300 metro spots in Kampala, Mukono, and Entebbe. And thanks to the high-speed and reliable internet connectivity provided by RENEW, the Ugandan National Research and Education Network, surgeons from Mount Sinai Clinic in New York can offer remote support to a surgical operation taking place in the Kayabirwa Surgical Facility Center in Uganda. Africa Connect also opens doors for the full participation of new African voices in the scholarly communication landscape. Through the Lipsens initiative led by WACREN, the Regional Research and Education Network for West and Central Africa, the regional networks are exploring the growing trend towards freely available scholarly content, as well as free and open channel for the dissemination of academic information. In North Africa, WACREN, the Regional Research and Education Network, is supporting the needs of user communities in Africa, leading engagement activities with major regional communities. More specifically, the Global Monitoring for Environment and Security for Africa and the African Group on Earth Observation. WACREN held several face-to-face and virtual meetings and workshops with various communities to identify their needs in terms of connectivity, access mechanisms, data dissemination, and promote the use of shared services provided by research and education networks. Africa Connect focuses on strengthening human resources capacities and expertise at different levels across the research and education communities to retain local talents and curb brain drain. In Nigeria, EcoConnect is offering the ICT for Girls program, consisting of online courses for women to gain hands-on skills in physical computing and data analysis, virtual hackathons to exploit what they learn, and conferences to build community and promote innovation in tech. Due to the COVID-19 pandemic, all physical events were cancelled, yet we provided over 300 hours of trainings on service outreach, cloud and network connectivity, trust and identity to 730 participants in 2020 only. African entrance also proved vital in the survival of higher education institutions in the switch to online learning during the pandemic. For example, in Zambia, Zamren installed an open-source course management platform offering free hosting for 22 member institutions. In Kenya, Kennet is offering a 40% discount on data bundle to university students. In West and Central Africa, WACREN offered a licensed use on its video conferencing service to support the need for online collaboration tools to over 20 institutions. In Morocco, the Marwan Network launched an e-learning portal together with the Ministry of Education. The work to accelerate Africa's scientific and educational breakthrough at a global scale, reinforcing relationships with Europe and beyond, continues in the current and third phase of the project, Africa Connect 3. A renewed commitment with our local partners and the European Union, aiming at further extending the reach of the regional research and education networks, greatly improving access for researchers, students, and institutions to digital infrastructures and technologies, connecting Africa to unlimited possibilities.
Introducing the Africa Digital Campus, ADC, a revolutionary project committed to transforming the face of digital higher education and research. In a world of constant change, where health and security crises overturn educational models, the ADC is dedicated to supporting national strategies and implementing sustainable and high-quality connectivity through the National Research and Education Network, NREIN, considered as a public good. With an innovative and unifying approach, the ADC is the first of its kind to bring together teachers in a sustainable community of practice, producing open educational resources and integrating an innovative video infrastructure for e-learning. This co-creation process has been initiated with 2 pilot universities, with a clear vision to scale up and extend the project to other higher education and research structures, thus offering a tremendous potential of impact for a more inclusive educational future.
For more than 10 years now, WACREN has supported the advancement of research and education in West and Central Africa. We serve our community with 3 key areas: connectivity, advanced digital services, and developing human capital. Through affordable high-speed connectivity, researchers, staff, and students can collaborate with their colleagues within the region and beyond. Our video conferencing tool has come in handy in the COVID-19 pandemic period to support academic continuity. The tool is connecting thousands of students with their lecturers and academic supervisors and keeping administrative work going through online meetings. With EduRoam, learning is exciting. Through this authentication service, students can securely connect to available Wi-Fi when they visit other institutions across the world. EduID allows students and researchers to log into and access web-based services anywhere in Africa by using their home institution credentials. No need for re-registration or request for permission. National RENs and their member institutions can access WACREN security and hosting services. Our modern infrastructure and capacity ensure that subscribers get the best of both services at affordable rates with high reliability. Network Operations Center as a Service (NOCAS) is designed for national RENs and R&E organizations looking for constant and effective monitoring and maintenance of their networks. WACREN has publicly scheduled and on-demand capacity building sessions for the brains and hands that handle the national and campus networks in the region. Over the years, users and beneficiaries of our network, services and capacity sessions have created value for their communities and by extension, the society. WACREN has been able to serve its community thanks to the European Union's support under the Africa Connect Phase project.
Ladies and gentlemen, we want to start the closing session. Please can we take our seats? Can the ushers help us? All the participants outside, please let's come to the room. Our keynote speaker is around and ready. Please let's take our seats now for the closing session. Thank you. So before we hear from the keynote speaker, we want to have, we did a number of pre-events and want to receive reports from each of the event participants so that they will be led by different people. So to start, we want to receive for the WACREN ICTV workshop, which was actually done 2 weeks before WACREN conference. We want to receive a report from Dr. A.T. Oyewale. Dr. A.T. Oyewale. So do we have Dr. A.T. Oyewale here? All right, please put them together for her as she comes to give the report for the WACREN ICTV IoT workshop. Oh, please give it up for her as she comes. Professor Olimi will do that on her behalf. Please put us together for Professor Olimi.
Okay, good morning everyone. Back again. I'm not Professor Koya or Dr. Oyewale. I'm just trying to present on their behalf. They were not able to make the WACREN conference for some other issues that came up. And so I may not be able to answer all the questions that may come up, but I will probably have to take some of them back, but I'll try my best. Okay, next slide please. So this was an activity that started on the 19th of February 2024, and it was hosted at the African Center of Excellence on ICT at the Obafemi Awolowo University, Ile-Ife in Nigeria. It was a workshop format where the idea was to have hands-on training. So there were some talks, but a lot of it was interactive and the participants were doing things together. Interestingly enough, the workshop found excellent support from the Vice Chancellor, the Deputy Vice Chancellors, and a host of the other management staff on campus. So it wouldn't have been possible without their support. Next slide. Okay, just to make some clarifications, if you see OAU, I'm not talking about Organization of African Unity, but this will be the Obafemi Awolowo University in Ile-Ife. And then there are several centers also involved. There's an Institute of Ecology and Environmental Studies there, under which just a particular subgroup working on wastewater and environmental chemistry. Then there's the ACE ICT will be the African Center of Excellence on ICT. INTECU is the Internet and Telecommunications Unit of the university. Of course, WACREN, I believe we all know, NGREN, and then ICTP, of course, that's where I'm from. So, next slide, please. The workshop agenda was really quite ambitious, if I may say so. In 1 week, we wanted to talk to the participants about the Internet of Things technology. So IoT is short for Internet of Things. And also a bit about how to use solar panels and make calculations to use solar panels and similar energy sources for powering or for driving research activities. And we also wanted to also encourage the researchers and scientists in the area of data analysis. The plan was within that 1 week, apart from doing all the training, to also deploy 3 sites, to deploy the IoT equipment at 3 different sites. Other things were to talk about site survey, maintenance, sustainability, security, I think, which is something many of us are familiar with, open data, and many other topics. So it was really quite ambitious. Next slide. Okay, resource persons. We had resource persons coming in from Ethiopia. Associate Professor Solomon Bisau, another academic resource person from Northwest University, South Africa. He was more focused on the solar and renewable energy side of things. We also had a set of local or in the university resource persons attached to the center, IES. Of course, there were a lot of other people that contributed to the success of the workshop without being present for this particular activity. So I have some list of names here, a set of colleagues from the ICTP. I'm sure Dr. Marco would have loved to be here himself, but I'm sure he'll probably make it during the later on. Also, the DVCs of the university were also quite instrumental. Next slide. Okay, the idea for this research using IoT sensors for surface water pollution monitoring came out of an activity or a research idea that came from the university. The director of the center wanted to look at treatment of water waste, and she approached me with some data, and essentially the data was like 50 lines of data from maybe 5 or 10 years. And it was clear that we're not going to be able to build a machine learning model with that amount of data. It was way too small. And so that was one of the ideas that came out of it. On checking, I mean, my initial demand was, don't you have more data? So we did an exhaustive search. And we didn't find data about surface water bodies, what are the current states, what's happening in them, what are the absorbance that are being found, and how is waste disposal happening in the areas. So this was what led to the conception of this workshop. Next slide. Okay, so the concept was built between 3 partners, WACREN, the group at the University of Ecology and Environmental Sciences group, and the ICTP,
Next slide. Okay, essentially, this is an idea. I'm not trying to introduce IoT, but this is basically what we're trying to achieve. This actually represents what has been done also in a prior workshop in Ghana. So the idea is you can have your researcher shown below interacting with a device to collect data or some research information or some equipment. And that is transmitted to a local gateway, and the gateway then provides connectivity to a network backend that could sit on the local server. So you see the blue part is more or less where the REN is coming. So NG-REN, the local network on campus, and even WACREN and the wider REN. Whereas the researcher is more concerned with getting the device up and running and being able to read his data at the end of the chain or at the end of the pipeline. So it builds a very good application for using the networks that are deployed on campus and also the RENs that have been provided. Next slide. Okay, one of the highlights was also trying to engage the university management in understanding the benefits of this technology to the university. I think first and foremost is the fact that it enables researchers to generate new data, new what we might also call local content. So local content is not just movies or stuff like that, but they are really data, scientific data about things that we have on our continent that are not found anywhere else. The rivers we have here are not the same rivers you will find in Europe or US. So our data is guaranteed to be very unique and new if we are going to publish this data or use them in publications. Sometimes your data that you collect through these mechanisms can also provide an avenue for universities and institutions to gain, to bring in resources. They could actually be sold to relevant agencies or provided some kind of service, okay, that allows a university or a research center to recover some costs. IoT devices have also been used for things like smart buildings and campuses. I'm happy to say that after our discussions, the Vice Chancellor was challenged to try and make the Ife campus the first smart campus in Africa. Okay, it's also useful for building innovations and connections with industry. Next slide, please. Okay, so I'll just talk about the results we achieved. Yeah, so security, smart farming are some of the well-known applications. The results we achieved were training for about 80 participants from very different disciplines. So it was multidisciplinary in nature, and we had people from chemistry, ecology, environmental sciences, electrical engineering, computer science, and also the IT units. It was not just limited to one university, but there were several universities involved, and other universities also from the West African region. In total, we had about 6 universities and 6 different countries represented at the workshop. Next slide, please. Okay, the gateway was purchased by WACREN, and they took care of all the shipping and stuff like that. We did the initial configuration on campus, and it was set up by the IT unit of the institution, so they acquired some knowledge there. They also provided public IP, things like that. Next slide. I'm almost out of time. Okay, uniquely, the sensors for the measurements were purchased by the students. So funding the research kit was also funded by the students. There were various contributions
Also at deployment, we also had WACREN participating in that as well. Next slide. Okay, so this is just a data, a view of the data that is coming out of the system since 23rd of February 2024, after it was deployed. So there's a dashboard running where the scientists and stakeholders, so not just the scientists, but even representatives of WACREN will also get access to the data. Next one. Time is up. Okay. So this has been a unique application because it's the first one, the first time as far as we are aware of the use of a kit for surface water pollution monitoring on the African continent. Next slide. Okay, so thanks, and then the next one. Final one. Okay, so I want to say thank you in several Nigerian languages. Osheun, Dalu, Nagode, merci beaucoup.
That's not Nigerian.
Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. So the next speakers, please, just 2 minutes each. So we'll invite Professor Yakubu Uchefu, the Secretary General, Committee of Vice Chancellors of Nigerian Universities, to tell us about the LIPSENS National Workshop. Just to, okay, I can see Mr. Omowaya coming. 2 minutes.
So, Professor Sheffield asked me to extend apologies. He's a speaker at the University of Lafayette today. He couldn't afford to miss that. So there's not very much to say. I'm sure you followed our social media. If you don't follow our social media, please follow WACREN on Twitter, LinkedIn, and follow our websites. So the LIPSENS meeting went as planned. As we have discussed in the last few panels, there were some outcomes. What we also managed to do was to develop an implementation plan for the model open science policy that has been driven by the Committee of Vice Chancellors. So I suppose we succeeded in doing 3 things. One, providing information on the common metadata schema that we talked about to the community. It was attended by vice chancellors, directors of research, directors of ICT and librarians. We also had some presentations on demonstrator infrastructure for a national repository. So some of the conversations we've had here about open discovery services were demonstrated. And I will look forward to the next steps for the Nigerian community.
Thank you, Mr. Owaya. Can we have Professor Grace Jokfan? Professor Grace Jokfan to talk about the Digital Education Day. 2 minutes, please.
Good morning. My name is Felix Olabulin from the National University of Nigeria. Professor Jokfan is unfortunately held up somewhere else, so I'll be presenting the report of the Digital Education Day on Abia. The Digital Education Day was hosted by the African Center for Excellence on Technology Enhanced Learning in partnership with WACREN and the African Digital Education Network as one of the pre-conference events to this WACREN 2024. The theme was on revitalizing learning, digital education through video integration in West and Central Africa. There were about 100 participants, and there were vice chancellors and educational leaders from around Abuja and other parts of Nigeria. There were 4 sessions, and the first session focused on highlights of national and regional initiatives in digital education. Presentations were received from WACREN, Hayden, Estelle, and the African Digital Campus. Reflections on national and regional efforts for promoting the use of videos in digital education. Anybody who knows the National University of Nigeria knows that we are very big on videos, and then this was the focus of the first session. The second session focused on harnessing pedagogy in digital education, and the session throws more light on the significance of pedagogy in online teaching and learning, because we also look beyond the use of technology. while the third section shared institutional experiences from NOW, from African Digital Campus, especially their pilot partner institutions. There's the University of Abomi Calabi from Benin Republic, gave their experience, as well as the University of Gastenberger from Senegal. The fourth session dwelled on infrastructural requirements for video production in education and the role of backbone networks and local data storage as key to achieving a digitalized learning environment. The main highlights from the Digital Education Day are as follows. There was an acknowledgement that digital education has come to stay and that instructional videos have a significant role to play in a successful implementation. There was an awareness by participants of the critical relevance of pedagogy and effective support in the design and delivery of e-learning resources for digital education. There was a recognition that infrastructure is a critical mainstay for the successful delivery of digital education. And there was an acknowledgement that there is need for strong partnerships to successfully implement a shared infrastructure on the strengths of organizations such as WACREN and NGREN. Finally, the Digital Education Day ended with recommendations for the creation of a task force that comprises key players in the industry, the National University of Nigeria, WACREN itself, as well as other interested agencies. Thank you very much.
Thank you to you. So now, this is the moment we have been waiting for. But before we introduce the keynote speaker, we'd like to urge you to know that some of the speakers will be speaking after the keynote speaker will speak in French. So please, you have to get ready with the headset. All right. Now let me invite my brother Nat to introduce the keynote speaker. Thank you.
Good morning. Right after me, our keynote speaker, Professor Okebukola, or Peter Okebukola, former NUC Executive Secretary. Thank you so much, sir.
Your Excellencies, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let me begin with a few introductions. I'd like to recognize my Vice Chancellor, Professor Mrs. Ibiyemi Olatunji. If you are here, VC, where are you seated? Yeah, no. By powers conferred on me by the World Bank President Joshua Atta, I'd like you to come right here to the front. And I like all the, still in the recognition mode, I like all the participants in the ongoing training on the ABC of artificial intelligence and the delivery of quality higher education, a 13-week training program that we are currently running at the Virtual Institute for Capacity Building Higher Education, who are here to please stand up. In 2001, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the National Universities Commission, that's 24 years ago, 23 years ago, the National Universities Commission started the Virtual Institute for Higher Education Pedagogy, VHEP. One of the pillars of that entity is a World Bank President who is coordinating the NGREN, Dr. Joshua Atta. Josh, please stand up. You've been in this business forever and a day. I would like to recognize you. And I'm happy to let you know, Josh, please sit down. I'm happy to let you know that those vice chancellors who are here, DAPs and the rest, who participated in VHEP 23 years ago. See, we're running it for about 2 years, covering every month different modules, how to teach live classes, how to develop the curriculum, how to use new technology for teaching and learning, are here Josh, the Vice Chancellor of University of Transportation in Dara walked up to me and the DAP. I'd like the two of them to please stand up. Yes, that's, yes. They told me, Josh, that when we were delivering the technology during those years were not as advanced or available as we are now. So he told me when we give them assignments, they will go rush to internet cafes to do their tests and rush everywhere to get things done. So it gladdens my heart that these people are here today. Of course, I'd like also to recognize the Professor Michael Abube, said Professor Michael Abube and Professor Toyi Enekumi. Now let me begin, Your Excellencies, by appreciating Dr. Abubakar Bari, who is the CEO of WACREN, who has led this organization to great development heights since he has assumed office. His boss, the chair of the board of WACREN, is also here, and I told him just now that, see, we have the president of the African Union, AU, and what the chairman or chairperson of the African Union Commission, that's the operating arm of the AU. By the organogram just made available to me today, he is the number 2. After the AU president at AUC, this is our professor. You need to stand up, let us recognize you. He is the chair of the board of WACREN, and he is the number 2 man in the organization in Africa. Please sit down, sir. Now, Dr. Bari wrote on the back of several accomplishments, including being instrumental to the establishment of national research and education networks in Africa. You, sir, played a key role in the feasibility study of the EU-funded Africa Connect project, the Africa Connect 3. Dr. Bari's legacy includes establishing the first Cisco Regional Academy in Francophone West and Central Africa, serving 13 local Cisco academies in Senegal. He facilitated the establishment of research and education networks across Africa, particularly in the West and Central Africa regions. His impact resonates far beyond the continent, contributing to a more connected and knowledge-driven world. Dear colleagues, WACREN is a major pillar for fostering development in Africa, especially in the sub-regions that it serves, through research and education. Let me remind us of the mandate of WACREN: connecting institutions. WACREN works to interconnect national research and education networks across West and Central Africa. This essentially creates a regional research and education network. Provision of services. WACREN offers services to support research and education institutions. This includes secure access to networks for researchers and educators, and this will have been listening to the current developments over the last 2 days or so. Network monitoring and management, security service management, and then security services. The other part, the third strand of the mandate, which I love the other two, but I love this very much. Facilitate collaboration. By enhancing connectivity, WACREN aims to foster collaboration between research and education institutions within the region, and even with institutions for the continental and international level. I do not have empirical data, but I conjecture from my interactions with WACREN, ably led by Dr. Joshua Atta, who is a member element of WACREN, and discussions with Professor Obaka Barry that WACREN is well on course in the pursuit of its mandate, scoring an A, scoring an A in my assessment with a prompt to go for A++ in the coming years. I was delighted to receive information regarding how this 9th annual conference has proceeded so far. And we listened just before I came to the podium to the report of sub-pre conference activities. On Monday, we are at the NIPSENS National Workshop at CVCNU. On Tuesday, we are at the LRN CEOs meeting at NUC. Also on Tuesday, we are at the Africa Connect 3 project meetings at NUC. Wednesday, 2 days ago, Digital Education Day at now, the report we just heard. Before this session, this closing session came on, I was just reflecting that here in this room are the elite, the cream of the West and Central Africa on this rendering. The question is, how many potential users in Nigeria and other West and Central African countries are familiar with all the grammar that I've been saying here? In 2001, actually in 2000, President Obasanjo asked that I set up the National Digital Library, and I convened a national stakeholder workshop. By 2000 December, we had come up with the blueprint for implementing the National Digital Library. When the blueprint was submitted, just coincidentally, the following year, I was appointed Executive Secretary, National Universities Commission. And the first thing I wanted to do was to implement that proposal. Professor Joshua Atta was one of the pillars of that operation. And we started it. I called on the Vice Chancellor and I said, oh, now we have a resource that all of us can plug into. So why don't you all contribute money so we can subscribe, the university librarians again, subscribe to a databases so that we can all share. But it all occurred to me that we had what we call the Education Trust Fund, which transited to Tertiary Education Trust Fund. I walked up to the chairperson and I said, Madam, can we get some money for a country license to subscribe to these databases? And she was so pleased. She gave us 123 million naira. At that time, it was huge. So we subscribed, and Josh gave login access, unique login access to all the universities. I said, start. At the end of the first year, we measured the use of that resource. Very, very paltry. Just about less than 5% of the users, potential users, our lecturers, our students, were making use of that resource. The following year, the same thing, just a little bit of improvement. The third year, little, and our money just went like that. So when I sat here, listening to all this big grammar, I said to myself, oh yes, we are winking in the dark. We are just talking among ourselves. How many of the students, how many of our lecturers in our universities in the West and Central Africa region are aware of this? Maybe 20%. But we want all of them to be aware. We want all of them to use the facility. And I asked Adiolu, who came with me, an Nigerian official, hey, are we measuring the usage? He said yes. Okay, what is the usage like? He was not able to tell me. But I conjecture that in all our universities, at least in Nigeria, I doubt if more than 20% of the lecturers or the students are making use of all that you have put in this network. So for me, an agenda that we should take out of here, and I have a solution towards the end of this, my brief address, to how we can get as many as possible of our staff to take advantage of this, so that the money that we did in 2001 to 3 will not just vaporize. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, that's the theme of this conference. Charting the course, forging future-ready higher education and research communities. Assuredly, you must have deliberated extensively on the theme in the last couple of days. What is left for me to do at this closing ceremony is only to top up, to share a few thoughts with you as we round up this 9th annual conference. On charting the course, we need to know where we are. Next, we need to agree on where we want to be, and then do a gap analysis, where we are going to be. And next is how to bridge the gap so that we can indeed achieve future-ready higher education and research communities. Dear colleagues, we all know where we are regarding the state of research and higher education in Africa. I'm sure some previous speakers and you yourself will know where we are. And this is an overbeating thing. So, but let me beat it a little bit more, a little bit. This includes the following: that sub-Saharan Africa accounts for less than 1% of the world's research output, despite being home to 12% of the global population. I don't hear that one before. That's pidgin English. I've heard that before. You have heard it before. 2. The region's share of global research has increased happily from 0.44% to 0.72% over the past decade. 3. There has been a noticeable increase in scientific output from African researchers in recent years. This growth is attributed to factors such as increased investment in research and development, collaborations with international partners, and the establishment of research institutions and networks. Next, where should we be? Where should we be? So this one, charting the course for the future-ready higher education. What future are we looking at? And how far into the future are we projecting? You know, when I see some people come to talk about education of in Nigeria or in Africa or in the world, in the 21st century, so you are dreaming. 21st century, 100 years, you are dreaming. In 5 years, in 10 years, things will change, and your prediction is like a regression equation. Y is equal to this, put the beta with x, and it goes on like that. And you have an error. The longer the time that you are projecting, the greater that error, because of the fluidity, because of the rapidity of change in knowledge and in development. So, what I intend to get colleagues, you all know where we are regarding the state of research and higher education. I'm looking at the following future scenarios in 2060, this 2024, 2060, within the framework of the AU Agenda 2063. Within that framework, let you know what I mean by within that framework. We have Agenda 2063, the Africa we want. My suggestion here relates in part to that agenda, but will appear, in my view, to be a little bit more realizable based on some data that we have. Where, number one, that future, where African countries, through outputs and outcomes from the research and higher education communities, are able to feed themselves, provide good healthcare services, and attain other development goals in the different socio-economic sectors. There is one organization, it's called the Africa Progress Group. The Africa Progress Group is populated by past presidents or heads of state and government of Africa. I serve as the executive secretary of that organization. Every year, we do what we publish the state of Africa's progress. And what do? We take education, housing, agriculture, food administration, security, all the works, everything in development. And then we measure where every country is. And then we write to the sitting head of state. This is where you are. This is where we thought you should be. These are strategic options for your getting there. So I'm aware that if all the recommendations that were made and the different governments are able to implement them, we are sure to achieve that future. 2, the capacities of researchers are built, so strengthened, and the higher education institutions incentivized to deliver fully on their vision and mission. The third of charting the course of, I have 7, third, is re-engineering the curriculum in all African higher education institutions, which will lead to the production of graduates who are better fitted for employment opportunities of the future. The session before this, there was the observation by, I think, the university librarian of Funan, Federal University, that, oh, hey, we are providing internet services for our students. And yes, they use a portion of it, maybe like 10, 15 or whatever percent go. But most times they are busy downloading movies, watching pornographic films, and the rest of them. And she asked, what can we do? Apostle Edikuome of Lagos State University, my university, made a suggestion. And I said, oh, brilliant. In 2010, we got a grant from the Lagos State government to deliver, to improve the performance of our secondary school students in Lagos State in the different subjects. So I was leading the team. And what did we do? We set up the program. First, we determined those concepts, those topics that secondary school students in Lagos State find difficulty with in learning, and what the teachers also found difficulty with in teaching. Well, there was congruence between the two. We then said, how are we going to deliver this? So we packaged some very nice virtual training program for them. Initially, we measured where they were in terms of knowledge, in terms of skills in biology, chemistry, physics, maths, English, and economics. And then we brought in our intervention. Before that intervention, the Vice Chancellor of Federal University of Agriculture, Abeokuta, Professor Olusola Oniwole, who is now the current AU Secretary General, when he was matriculating his students, he said, hey, my students, leave Facebook, face your book. So I called him. I said, listen, don't just go there. Let them face Facebook, let them face their book. So what Professor Edikome said was what we did. You know what we did? We moved our delivery system from the usual thing, we moved it to Facebook. We set up a Facebook account and we asked them to like our Facebook, and that's where we're pumping our delivery. I tell you, the students, about almost like 4,000, didn't go to a regular website. They went to their Facebook. So what I think we should do, like he said, is you say they should not watch pornography, they should not do this, they should not do that. From the Usman Danfodio University, we got the nice suggestion that, oh, load them with assignments relating to their work at the moment. Brilliant, and it works. But move to Instagram, move to Facebook, move to all those areas that they like to go to. If you think that we, as adults, he said, Professor Edikome, where are you? Are you still in the room?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Aha. You see, if you say, oh, don't do this, don't do that, we are just deceiving ourselves. Because they will go there. That's where their honey is attracted to, their bees are attracted to. So let's move our delivery system there. And we did it before in Lagos State University, and it worked. By the time we finished the first roll of our intervention, in the UTME, for those who are not from Nigeria, the UTME is the Unified Tertiary Matriculation Examination that is taken by products or leavers of the secondary school system wanting to enter into higher education. None, and I repeat, none of those that took our program on Facebook and elsewhere scored less than 250 in the UTME. All of them got admitted to choice courses in medicine, in law, in engineering, and the rest of them. So when the funding dried up, we also dried up. But the good thing is that the parents of everywhere kept, talking with us and saying that. So I'm expecting advisors to bring money over them so we can start the game. Number 7, we want to increase the use in the future. We're looking at the future. The use of artificial intelligence in the delivery of quality higher education and conduct of research, keeping in mind the guardrails of ethical use of this technology. As I speak, we're running a 13-week training program for the higher education system in Nigeria on the ABC of artificial intelligence in delivering quality education, a practical course. It is not a course that you come to, like I see most places, they just come, some PowerPoint slides and all that, go. No. They are here, they know you have exam. I'll know you. 5 o'clock, you know you have exam. Not so. So we practicals. Every week we do tests and all of that. We have debates and so on. So that's an area. Artificial intelligence, you cannot. Everywhere you turn, radio, TV, everywhere is AI. So, Professor Barry, we cannot talk about any future course for chatting, future-ready, any course for chatting, future-ready higher education and research without a strong AI component. Number 5, greater emphasis should be placed on indigenous knowledge systems in research and development, and efforts should be invested to incorporate traditional knowledge into scientific research, particularly in the fields such as agriculture, healthcare, and environmental management. 6, gender disparities are narrowed to less than 5% of the current rate. I don't know what the current rate is, but in the future, we have to strive towards, we have to quantify these things, to narrow it to less than 5% of its current rate in African research institutions, with women being underrepresented in many fields of science and academia. Efforts should be made to address these disparities through initiatives aimed at supporting women in STEM. Number 7 and the last, collaborations and partnerships between African researchers and their counterparts from other parts of the world are, what is the rate? Tripled up to 2060 that I've set as the target here. Tripled of current rates for advancing scientific knowledge and addressing global and local challenges. Ranking, you cannot run away from it. In 2001, in the National Universities Commission, Josh, you were there, we started ranking Nigerian universities. The first ranking scheme in the whole of Africa was started here at NUC. Other countries followed. We predated the tertiary education. Tertiary education came 2 years after. Academic ranking of universities came 3 years after we started. And the other ranking exercises. Today, because I serve on the board of all of those global ranking schemes, there's a movement now, and I want you to know that, in terms of rewarding national and international collaboration. So you find a researcher from NASU partnering, another in Senegal partnering, in DRC partnering, in Ghana. That is what the world is looking for. And if you find you find that kind of arrangement, the Times Higher Education World University Ranking by the board meeting we held about 2 weeks ago is now set to start rewarding such collaborations. So the future thing, let us work hard. I'm sure WACREN will make a move in that direction to foster that kind of, to promote that kind of collaboration where it's not only, say, Lagos State University, University of Lagos, maybe, it is one that will extend beyond the national frontiers to others. So that collaboration and that partnership, because that is the third cluster of the mandate of WACREN, and that has to be promoted. As I close, lying in ambush, in ambush, as we brought along this path to the future, are several hurdles, including inertia to change, God forbid to change, weak leadership at all levels, very weak leadership at all levels. African governments, I told you, I serve as the secretary of this African people, these presidents. Hey, they will agree that this is going to be implemented. Then, when it comes to implementation, they weaken out, they chicken out. A lot of interesting things are happening that are not enabling them to deal with that. Yes, funding constraints, depending a lot on development partner support and all that. So that's ambush and infrastructural deficit. You've heard of this story before. Say, oh yes, you want Africans to do good quality research. WACREN Kingdom, the researchers there to do quality research. The labs are right. When the labs are there, where do you get the labs from? Where do you get equipment from? You get equipment from the West. In 9 months, that equipment that you had in your laboratory is all gone in terms of the currency. A little diode goes wrong in that place there, and you're looking for somebody from the US or Europe to come and fix it for you. So we have that challenge, infrastructural deficit. But overall, while there are these challenges, they should be overcome. And the state of research in Africa is characterized by resilience. We are very resilient people, innovation, and a growing commitment to leveraging science and technology for sustainable development on the continent. By addressing the challenges and capitalizing on emerging trends, Africa has the potential to become a global powerhouse in research and innovation. WACREN, Dr. Baka Barry, has a major role to play in this future. I thank you. Before I leave this podium. You know, I said I have a proposal, and that proposal is this. Seated here in this room, yes, we've talked all our grammar, all the innovations, brilliant. I then listening to all the innovations and things. But how far can this go to our potential users? So what I'm intending to do is this. We have about almost 16,000 full professors in the Nigerian university system. 16,000. We have a reach to all of them. Associate professors, senior lecturers, and the rest. So we want them to know where we are. We want to raise awareness and build capacities for use of this brain for teaching and research. So, Dr. Josh, our next module, we're running module 8 now on AI. Module 9 will rest for about 2 months after the module. This is going to end in April. We'll rest in May. By June ending, we are hoping, I'm letting this group know, WACREN, we are also going to partner us. We're not asking for your money, nothing. But to let you know that we are going to reach out to all those that we can be reached out to in Nigeria. We're going to run at least a 1-month training program to let them be aware of all these initiatives, and more importantly, to let them use it. We are going to start by measuring the baseline data. What do I mean by baseline data? We're going to ask them if I'm going to do that by next week. We have about 2,000 professors, vice chancellors, and the rest, DICTs, DAPs, taking this course, the AI course. I'm going to ask them about this NGRA and how they're using it and all that, for those that are subscribed. And I will get my data there. But before we now start that module 9 training, I'll then do a measure where we are. And then we implement module 9 for about 6 weeks. You will wonder what I'm going to do in 6 weeks. A lot. We'll let them see all the things that are available. We'll then show them one by one how they can use this. And we'll then give them as a project to use it to their students. And then we'll measure after. My conjecture is that if you do a chain delta, end state minus initial state is going to be positive at large. Thank you very much.
I think the applause wasn't enough. Please put your hands together. All right. The next program will be an award to some of our guests. Some will be represented. But please permit me to do this, that every woman in research and development, please stand up. Every woman here, please stand up. All the women. All the women. Please put your hands together. Now, put your hands together for them to get to the International Day of the Women. We celebrate our women. So the first award is to you. Thank you. Thank you. And then you may sit down. Also permit me now to welcome to the podium the board chair of WACREN, Dr. Venan Palanga. Please put your hands together. You recall when I was inviting the last speaker, I was properly warned not to announce too much about him. So that will be the standard from now. All right, so please put your hands together as I welcome you to the stage. Professor Peter A. Okebukola, OFR, Professor Emeritus of Science and Computer Education, Director, UNESCO Institute of African Culture and International Understanding. it won't be complete if I did not say that he was former executive secretary NEC. Put your hands together for him. To receive the awards. Thank you. Should you stand by the side? Thank you.
I received the award on behalf of all the women in this. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Next on our list. Thank you so much. Next to take this award is the current Acting Executive Secretary, National Universities Commission, Mr. Chris J. Meyaki. Now, this award will be received on his behalf by Dr. Joshua Atta. Please put your hands together for him. You will still hold yourself. Now, our last award for now, for exemplary contributions to the education and research ecosystem in Nigeria, is the Managing Director, Nigeria Research and Education Network, NGN, Dr. Joshua Atta. Please come. Please put your hands together. Okay, you want to make a speech? All right.
Many thanks, Professor Peter Okebukola, for the thought-provoking speech. Many thanks to Dr. Venom Palanga for the presentation. Now we'll have a quick break, but before that, we would receive, let's take note of this announcement first. So after the closing session, we'll have a break, and then the annual general meeting of all WACREN members will continue still in this room. So please, if you want to, and it's actually open, so you can be part of the annual general meeting and know what happened within the WACREN family and community in the past year, and what we're seeking to do in the coming year, this year. All right, so that's the major announcement that we want to into. And also, tomorrow, there will be the Abuja City Tour, but I have good news and I have bad news. Which one do you want to hear first?
No.
The bad first. Unfortunately, most of our Nigerian friends may not be part of it, because we want to give preference to the foreign nationals who have come to visit us here. So please, that is the bad news. The provision is for the foreign nationals who are coming here for the first time. The Nigerians, are you okay with that? Very okay. Oh wow! Please, the foreign nationals, put their hands together for the Nigerians. They have sacrificed for you. All right. So tomorrow we are leaving at exactly 9 a.m. There will be buses at Somerset and Rockview. the buses will take us to the venue. So please be ready by 9. You know some people have flights the same day. So please, you want to go there quickly and come back on time so that everybody will catch his or her flight. Before we leave, we want to receive a closing remark from the host of WACREN 2024. Before he comes, please allow me to acknowledge our sponsors. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for AWS, our gold sponsor. And then the following are our bronze sponsors. We have Liquid Telecoms, we have Dolphin, we have he's done a great job, Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome Dr. Joshua Atta, the WACREN CEO.
Thank you, Efa. Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I will not be able to make any remark without acknowledging my boss, Professor Peter Okebukola. And I wonder why WACREN will make me to speak after my boss has spoken. Visit last summer, a few days ago, I ran into somebody who asked me, did you attend last week? I said, well, I think I did, because I have learned a lot from associating with people from last week, including yourself, man. In the last few years over the last few years that I've had the privilege of interacting with you, man, you may not know, but I've learned a lot. One of which is humility. Thank you, man, for the lessons you're continuing to show us. 23 years ago, about 23 years ago, so I was working in an NTA. I was not very comfortable because then we go to work at 5 p.m., close at 11 p.m. And on one occasion, I think when GSM came to Nigeria newly, I was one of the first to subscribe. So I went to work one evening and my phone rang. And my supervisor looked at me and said, what is that? I said, it's a mobile phone. And he said, you mean you have a phone? I said, yes. He said, you better hide it, otherwise we will victimize you in this place. Because even our head of department does not have a phone. How can you, this small boy, be moving around with a mobile phone? So the following day I saw an advert in the newspaper, one organization called NUC, they were looking for some IT people. And I applied. I was invited, and while we were waiting, they said the boss of the organization is the one who wants to interview us because he's working on a new project and he wants to be sure that he gets the people that he wants to work with him directly. And so Professor Kebukola walked in, we all stood up, just sit down, don't worry. Well, the summary of it is that my interview lasted for 7 minutes only. It was long enough for him to have made up his mind. And for these past 27 years, it may interest every one of you to know that I have been a student of Kebukola. And I have learned a lot from him. A no-nonsense person, look, if you are not ready to work, he will leave you behind. That's just him. And then he always tell us, let your needs be few. I have not forgotten that lesson. Let your needs be few. Don't waste your time, grabbing too many things. And I'm sure by now you know that if you're wasting your time running around trying to please him, you're just wasting your time. Thank you again, sir. All other vice chancellors present here, colleagues from the universities, I can see many of our friends from the various universities from within the region, many of our friends from Ghana, Akwaaba, and those from Francophone countries. I only know two French words, bon arrivé and merci beaucoup. I want to thank all of you for coming and for spending these few days with us here. Well, as we draw towards the end of this program, I would like to say with a profound sense of gratitude and attention that we are highly honored to be given this opportunity to host WACREN 2024. These past few days have been very enlightening and inspiring for us, not just in terms of the presentations or even the engagement, but also in managing the logistics. We thought that we know how to do this well because we've learned from our bosses over the years. But again, every program comes with its own challenges. And I want to assure you that we have taken note of all the lessons that we have learned, even from hosting WACREN 2024. So I thank WACREN for also giving us the opportunity to host. Like I said, these few days have been both enlightening and inspiring. And the fact that we have come together to explore the theme of WACREN 2024, which are summarized by the keynote speaker, quite a lot. It's been very engaging, lots of lessons to be learned, and things to do. Permit me to also extend our heartfelt appreciation to everyone who contributed in one way or the other to ensure that this conference succeeds. From all the speakers and panelists to our amazing sponsors, the organizers, all the volunteers, quite a number of them running around, the ushers, support staff, drivers, security men, and so on and so forth. Thank you all for the various roles you've played to ensure that this program turned out to be a huge success. Throughout this conference, we have also engaged in thought-provoking discussions, shared best practices, forged meaningful connections, made new friends. I personally have made some new friends, some new faces for the first time. And I've also become even more friendly with old friends. We've explored innovative approaches to teaching, learning, and research. We've identified opportunities for collaboration and partnership that will shape the future of higher education in West and Central Africa. I'm particularly encouraged by the spirit of collaboration and camaraderie that has characterized our interactions over the past days. Despite the diverse backgrounds and perspectives represented in this room, we have come together with a shared vision and a shared commitment to excellence. Well, as we prepare to depart from this conference and return to our respective institutions or our countries, I hope that we carry with us the knowledge, insights, and inspiration that we have gained here. I also hope that we remain committed to the principles of innovation and collaboration that have been at the heart of our discussions this week. The challenges facing higher education and research in our region are significant, but they are not unsurmountable. By leveraging our collective expertise and resources, I believe that we can build a future where education catalyzes positive change and sustainable development. I therefore urge each of you, including myself, to continue the conversations that we have started here and to remain steadfast in your commitment to excellence. Permit me once again to express my sincere gratitude to every one of you for your participation and contributions to this conference. From GM, WACREN, Amazon Web Services, partners in hosting this conference, National Open University, the Committee of Vice Chancellors of Nigerian Universities, Africa Connect, IXPN, Infra-Focused Technologies, who have also supported us in one way or the other. We thank you all. Also my colleagues at NGREN, who have been running around over the past few days, even before you all arrived. They've had sleepless nights ensuring that these arrangements are in place, and also to ensure that during your stay here, that everything goes well. I want to especially recognize all my colleagues at the Engineering Secretariat, colleagues from the NUC. It has been an honor and a privilege to serve you as the host of WACREN 2024, and we look forward to our continued collaboration in the years to come. Thank you, WACREN board members, WACREN chair especially, who I wish will agree to stay back in Nigeria because we have other plans for him. Thank you, Bobaka. I think now you know that all that is left is for you to get your Nigerian passport, which I hope will come very soon. Bobaka is a well-known name within Nigeria, and it's all because of the good work you've been doing. I hope that you continue to do this great and excellent work that you've been doing all along. I want to thank you all, and I wish you safe travels as you return to your various destinations. Thank you.
Can you do it once more for the agency, the host of WACREN 2024? Now it's my singular honor to invite my boss, and please, he's going to speak French, so English speakers, please, English speakers and hearers, please pick your... Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome my boss, Dr. Abubakar Barre, the CEO of WACREN.
Professor Ibiyemi Olatunji Bello, rectrice Lagos State University, Madame Angelica Sartori-Conte, International Partnership, Commission Européenne, Professeur Peter Okebukola, directeur de l'Institut de l'UNESCO pour la culture africaine et l'entente internationale, Professeur Kofi Nutefe Zikpe, président du conseil d'administration de WACREN, Dr. Volan Palanga, président du conseil d'administration de WACREN, M. Pierre Traoré, membre du conseil d'administration de WACREN, mon cher ami Dr. Joshua Atta, directeur général de NGREN, Mesdames, Messieurs les recteurs, chers participants, nous sommes le 8 mars, donc je souhaite commencer par présenter mes hommages à toutes les femmes ici présentes, mais également à nos mères, épouses, tantes, sœurs, amis, à l'occasion de cette journée internationale de la femme. Vous êtes nos héroïnes, nous ne le disons pas suffisamment, mais vous êtes la fondation de nos sociétés, surtout la société africaine. En réalité, nous devrions vous célébrer tous les jours. Bonne fête. Nous y voilà. Les rideaux vont tomber sur WACREN 2024. Cette semaine passée à Abuja a été très intense, pleine d'activités. Au total, nous avons tenu 7 ateliers et réunions entre lundi et vendredi et mercredi, avant l'ouverture hier de la 9e conférence annuelle de WACREN. Je l'ai dit hier lors de mon allocution de bienvenue à la cérémonie d'ouverture. Les activités pré-conférence ont démarré bien avant cet événement avec 4 ateliers organisés à Abuja, Lagos, Accra et Guinée-Bissau entre décembre 2023 et janvier 2024. Les impressions recueillies de plusieurs participants hier et ce matin sont très positives. Nous espérons que vous avez tiré un bénéfice de votre participation à WACREN 2024, soit en retournant chez vous avec plus de connaissances, soit en ayant partagé avec d'autres participants. J'espère qu'il s'agit plutôt des deux et que vous retournez dans vos institutions satisfaits de votre participation. C'est cela l'esprit de nos conférences. Et j'ose penser que vous avez pu nouer de nouvelles collaborations ou en renforcer d'autres. Cette année également, nous avons opté pour l'option de panel qui, nous le pensons, donne plus d'opportunités de partage d'expériences acquises par des acteurs qui ont fait leurs arts sur le terrain. Il est vrai qu'il y a souvent une limitation par rapport au temps imparti pour les interactions, mais nous pensons que puisque l'écrasante majorité des intervenants sont présents physiquement, il y a eu des opportunités d'interagir et d'échanger hors des sessions. Quelques sessions parallèles peuvent être envisagées, peut-être avec moins de participants par session, rendant ainsi possible une meilleure interaction. Cela nécessite cependant plus de logistique et donc plus de moyens. Mais WACREN continuera à travailler pour trouver un juste milieu. Lors de la conférence, nous avons eu la participation de plus de 200 membres de notre communauté, ainsi que d'autres organisations, sœurs et partenaires. 12 pays d'Afrique, d'Europe, du Moyen-Orient, d'Asie et d'Amérique du Nord ont été représentés à WACREN 2024. Chers participants, WACREN exprime ses sincères remerciements à NGREN, notre hôte pour WACREN 2024. L'équipe de NGREN, avec l'appui de NUC, a effectué un travail remarquable. Leurs performances ont excédé nos attentes. Bravo donc à Dr Joshua Atta et à son équipe. Nous exprimons nos vifs remerciements à notre sponsor Gold, Amazon Web Services. La réunion tenue avec les CEO des NREN, à laquelle ont participé les directeurs informatiques, a été très productive et il y a certainement des opportunités de collaboration gagnant-gagnant entre la communauté WACREN et AWS. Vous conviendrez certainement avec moi qu'une mention spéciale revient à la Commission européenne. Sans son appui, nous n'en serions pas là, là où nous sommes aujourd'hui. Nous espérons que notre collaboration va se raffermir davantage, surtout en cette période de préparation de la nouvelle phase du projet Africa Connect, notamment Africa Connect 4. Chers participants, mesdames et messieurs, je voudrais exprimer notre gratitude à nos orateurs principaux, nos keynote speakers. Un grand merci à Madame la ministre de l'Enseignement supérieur et technique de Sierra Leone, qui, malgré une mission à l'étranger qui ne lui a pas permis d'être avec nous physiquement, a tenu à intervenir à distance. Professeur Peter Okebukola, que personne ne présente plus au Nigeria, en Afrique et à travers le monde, a accepté de tenir le discours de clôture. Merci beaucoup, professeur. Nos sponsors ont largement contribué au succès de cette conférence. Un grand merci donc, comme je l'avais dit, à notre sponsor Gold Amazon Web Service, mais également à nos sponsors Bronze, ICANN, Orchid, Liquid Telecom, Dolphin, Telecom et Layetry. Une mention spéciale, comme je l'ai dit, vient à NGRN, sous le leadership du Dr Joshua Acha. Je ne vais pas citer ici les membres de l'équipe qui a tout simplement été fantastique. NGRN a mis la barre très haute pour l'organisation de nos futures conférences. Joshua, merci de transmettre nos sincères remerciements aux membres de ton équipe ainsi qu'à la direction de l'UNIVERSITY. Enfin, je remercie le staff de WACREN qui, en collaboration avec NGRN, a travaillé sans relâche ces derniers mois pour que l'événement se déroule de la manière la plus fluide possible. Toutes nos excuses pour tout manquement que vous ayez pu déceler ici et là, j'espère que vous ne vous en tiendrez pas rigueur. Last but not least, merci au personnel du centre de conférence de l'hôtel Abuja Continental pour l'excellent service, ainsi qu'aux hôtesses, les interprètes et les techniciens audio-vidéo qui nous ont accompagnés ces 2 derniers jours pour assurer le succès de cette conférence. Nous espérons que vous avez apprécié la conférence ainsi que les activités connexes telles que le cocktail de bienvenue et le dîner de gala hier. Pour demain, nous avons un tour qui sera organisé afin de permettre à ceux qui seront encore là de connaître un peu plus cette belle cité d'Abuja. Je souhaite à tous nos hôtes, un bon retour à la maison, spécialement à nos amis qui sont venus de loin, nous témoignant ainsi leur amitié et leur solidarité. Bon retour à tous et au plaisir de vous revoir à WACREN 2025 les 13 et 14 mars 2025. Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup, monsieur. Of WACREN 2024. Ladies and gentlemen, we are so happy, delighted that you came from different nations. We have recorded more than 15 nations represented in this room. For their put together. So I will not make any attempt to mention some of the nations because if I leave some out. But I know we have quite a number of people from Nigeria, from Ghana, from Mali, from the Netherlands, from the UK, from the US, from Uganda, from Sierra Leone, from Togo, Benin, Burkina Faso, many nations. Please can you put your hands together for yourselves for coming all the way from across Africa and beyond. Thank you, thank you.
As a wonderful MC was calling out the recognizing the countries, come on, my friend. Yeah, I also want to praise you, recognize you. You've done so well. And I'm submitting a recommendation signed by all of us that I don't know what your rank is now, that Dr. Barry should promote you to the So what I think we should do is take a group photograph here. When you finish, we're going to come here. I can offer to have the certificate in photography by the way. So we will also the station, so it's kind of this is a good background for us to take the photograph. Yeah, so the first come, first serve this is. So if you can't see, don't move here too. when you finish with the average, that will take it.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So please, we want to come forward and take a photograph. So the dignitaries will be in front, and then the rest of us can be on the flanks or even on the stage.